A whole new world, a new fantastic point of view. I chose a terrible time to start the stream. What's going on here? Oh. Mm-mm. Oh. Alright, so, mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Yes, so what we do need to do as well, because this takes in the new rotation. Yeah. Obviously, it's yeah. Actually, to be fair though, yeah, because you're moving to that point a little bit, Jeje. Um, yeah, that is an interesting one. Because that is the rotational, the movement. So you say clamps it in that regard, but we also need to you rotate. To, oh yeah, because this is just the parent velocity, what that is moving at. Whereas actually, kind of want the anchor's velocity itself. But issue is that's wrong because if it moves in a frame, it's going to absolutely fly. That's an interesting one actually. Need to look at that. Because how it rotates is kind of important. Unless we do whatever this rotation is and rotate. Yeah, but it's not really a rotate. It is a move. Hey, Moritaka, how you doing? Hey, Johnny. What do my life? All right, so that's to get it doing this. No, this dude really is not like that at all. A little bit messed with this. Okay. Um, the problem I'm going to attempt not that. That collision allows it. Now the anchor is very much so correct, but that rotational velocity of the anchor needs to be accounted. Um, because technically that is no, I don't want it to be the velocity of the anchor. I mean, really, it is right. It's the velocity of the anchor point, not necessarily velocity of the. But um, yeah, I don't know. I think what it needs to be is similarly, you need to sort of calculate out velocity relative to the rotation. So if I'm like facing that way, and my velocity is like this, I then take my velocity is actually that change in velocity as well. Okay. I think all we need to do is get the velocity, like the base velocity relative to rotation. So we actually need to take into account that rotational movement. Because don't we say like, oh, where was it positionally here? Where was it positionally, before? Oh, although, you know what though? Because yeah, because that isn't its movement. Obviously, that is just its rotation. So, um, yeah. So we do need to sort of say, what did we say? Just going that way. Monday, so just bear with me. um, could yeah, Because I wonder if that's actually what it is. Because in that case, it is just like that. But mm, um, yeah, we actually do need that. I think rather than that, dude, if we actually just used actual anchor location. My issue is here though. Is if when we set this anchor data, we say, oh, set it to the velocity of the thing. Cause yeah, rather than it being the actor, we need it actually. Like that's not move. The anchor will move. So that's the velocity we need to actually track. Let's try that. So let's try. Um. mm, 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 mm. But what I could do, what I could do as well, is track imaginary base point. So say for example, rather than tracking 0, 0, when you rotate, that happens. If I had like this point rotated this way, you want that, right? Um, yeah, we want that. Right? We want that rather than this because you rotate, it doesn't matter, it doesn't move. Um, so that way we say, yeah, and then what we actually could just create like a dummy point here, like a climb. So if we rotate and then this guy's now here, then this is actually our velocity. Um, that we need to add on as our base movement velocity. Probably makes sense, but let's do it off of the anchor location. I want to see what happens. Because that technically is that little dummy point. I have a feeling that velocity is going to go mad. Oh, it's a second. Other thing we can do. We rotate our velocity probably. No, but it's like a whole. Actually, to be fair, we might just need to rotate the velocity vector with the actor. Oh, let me press stop. Mm, not quite right. Oh. This is both correct and incorrect. Because it is moving with it, actually. This is kind of correct. I need to do lift. Let's rotate this dude. Because yeah, like that does work in terms of like where we currently is there. Um, I think we do this a lot. That's the thing. Um, you know what I mean? So, I mean, what? Was yeah, that's right. You know what I mean? But because yeah, it is right. But I guess like if we're moving, it doesn't really become that. We need to do is account for the velocity. This guy. You know what I mean? Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I've lost my little cover for the thing. Um, it's kind of both, isn't it? It's like it's both our like movement thing and then also our rotational velocity too. But that is moving like there. Like we still have our actors moving, but for actors rotating, we too must rotate. um, I can always add it, I guess. Uh, okay, I mean, let's set this up a little more interestingly. Let's grab you. Don't say a word. No, I'm using blueprint for this. Don't say a thing. Oh, good. Oh, I'm not proud of myself. This is what I mean. I've got to do one thing in blueprint and I hate it like no tomorrow. Um. Oh. Oh. You want to think about it? What's the plan? I just don't know how people can work in this. It's an absolute shit show. It's actually crazy. I will never know. Um. Oh, gives me anxiety. God. All right, well, this is all I wanted to see if it was working. It is. Cool. I think I was just rotating it so quickly that it can't, per frame, it just changes so much that it can't actually rotate it. Yeah, yeah. Actually works really well, actually. There you go. This is what I'm on about when I say dynamic movement system. Uh, uh, uh. Oh, you see something cool though? Nice, it does work. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because that's the whole point of the anchor. The anchor is to act as this static point on the object that we can,
Oh wait.
follow, that we keeps us true. Oh yeah, sorry, Dad. Let's show a screen. Show you what I'm cooking. Um, said get actor location because that um I need to use local space because it takes into account the rotation of the actor rather than just the world space. Because technically, the actor can stay still and rotate, and then the world space will just be off of it and won't actually take into account. So just had to
Yeah, I think
multiply
they
that
call it
by.
component space
Oh
in
yeah,
the
that
like
exactly
based
that. But
on the like
that's
you're
just
used to your character basically. It's not the
yeah.
world.
So when I calculate the offset, I take that world space, put it into like when we set the anchor data, I take the world space of the point and because that's how I do my traces. But put that into local space, and then when I say, "Oh, I need the point," we just invert uh, invert transform that to get it back to the from local space to world, or vice versa, to get from world to local. Inverse transform to get from local to world, just multiplied by the transform rotation. Yeah, now you got. I mean, it's quite funky to be fair. It's quite snazzy. So now you can hop about, and I like how as you're moving about, you'll like hop between the two. Like you can actually go up on yourself as well. So it's hard to see because everything's going a bit mad, but um, you can like sort of. So he's not picking up anything right now, but hopefully when he comes back within range, he'll pick up this top one, and then you can sort of like hang about until now. What I wanted to be able to have is even more dynamic of the ledge, so that you can pick up the thing behind you and you can like kind of grab his back and like.
Yeah.
But like, this is quite cool because now I can wait until this comes around and then move on to here, and then pull up.
That is very
Funky though.
Super Mario.
I like just being
Yeah,
able
I
to
can see
now.
in the skyscraper level where there are cranes that that
Oh
a
yeah,
bit
like
rotate, and then you
I
need to
also just
wait.
think for fun, and it's just a bit more fun, isn't it? Like I don't know, like in terms of like a climbing system. I don't know. I was it is like right now it's like complete Super Mario. This is ridiculous, but logically, it's more. It's actually more realistic. If that makes like it functions in more complex scenarios. Like so, I'm imagining now, for example, you've got a car, right? That's driving. Or,
Yeah.
no. Oh my god! What I'm imagining now is that there's like a lorry, and you're climbing on the back of the lorry, and it's like turning, and
Yeah,
you're there. Like, well, if you think
that's
about it, right? Like,
fantastic.
if I climb up onto this guy, let me pretend it's a car. Uh, so now, oh wait, hold on. I need to actually so shift F1 inject. Right. So I'm gonna pretend this dude is a car now. So
Yeah.
right, so mine is the shaking. So he's like, and he does the jiggle, like you know what I mean. Oh yeah, I gotta remember that I'm dragging it completely irrespective of like delta times. So I'm just like transform 100 in a second. I
Oh
mean,
wow.
this is look how cool that is.
Oh, can you transfer between one mesh and the other?
Well, you'll be able to, yeah. Um, well, because yeah, the anchor isn't linked specifically to the specifically to an actor. That's the cool thing. Hold on, I gotta see that again. Let's bring you slowly back this way. Wait, hold on.
Wow.
Wait, I gotta get a better view of this.
Whoa. You know when they are, yeah, maybe like a car that drives too fast, and then it's sort of like,
And he's like hanging off, yeah.
yeah, almost like flying.
Yeah, I don't know. There's something about this fills me with joy. Because yeah, it's just like I don't know. It's cool, like because this is, I mean, in an overly, this is like basically a car. Like it's rotating and it's moving along, and you're on the side of the car and you're moving with it, and the car's moving, and what, this whole time while the car's moving, I can move on it. You know what I mean? That's not. I mean, obviously I'm not controlling the movement now. It's just stuck on. I can make movements on the car and like I don't know. Just imagine like a little lorry and he's like, or like,
Yeah. Proper Uncharted start.
exactly. That's the vibe. And he's like, whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah.
He's like moving along, and then like he'll do a dyno across this one car, but the dyno like launch you physics wise. You have to actually grab the next one.
Yeah, and onto another car.
Exactly. So now he's like, and then he jumps to the other car, and he's like on the road. And it's such a random, probably unnecessary feature, but it's how it should be technically.
Yeah, now maybe not like jumping between cars to do parkour, though. Maybe if there is a weird challenge.
We'll see it. Like, I can imagine like, because in my head now I'm just imagining like a really crazy chase, and like you jump and grab a car, and it's like riding the car. You jump across, grab a car, climb up, jump off the car.
Yeah. I think maybe in the council estate map, maybe not even a car. If we are like super accurate with that, it could be at the back of a motorcycle or something like that. Just like that, you just land on that.
Anything.
Your mate is waiting, and like you jump on the motorcycle and you escape wherever.
Just one of those things that, I mean, while you're making a system, you may as well make it robust enough to handle that. So fuck it. All right, let me check this in. That's actually quite good. Cool. I got to rename some stuff now.
Yeah, so I'm basically done with my refactoring on the locomotion component. I'm gonna merge it soon. It's yeah, it's a lot different than before. So if you have any changes to the locomotion component, we may have to merge a little bit. Shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I do have quite a few changes to here, so all right, might need to merge. That's fine.
Yeah,
but then again, not to your existing code though. I have added new stuff, so it shouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. Yeah,
it's just new, completely separate file. I only just made like one or two small changes in terms of saying like, oh, use the climb trajectory if you're climbing, kind of thing. But that merge where should be absolutely fine. I'll probably if anything like that, I'll take a change and add mine in. So.
Yeah, I'll so basically I have I changed the .h and the CPP. Like the .h I sorted in terms of like everything is sorted. Like everything that doesn't need to be public is now protected or private.
Okay.
All of the interfaces are split by what they do. And the CPP is also a lot better. And I've also added a lot of comments. I haven't changed much rather at all the functionality, but everything is a lot more correct now. So it shouldn't be too hard to.
No, that should be fine.
To merge.
It's not big.
I may just merge it now to be honest, because I don't want to wait too long.
Where am I? Yeah. What I'll do actually though, I'll make my merge a pull request, just so you can have a look through.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Have you for now? check this in. Ooh. I say this. I need to figure out what I'm doing. Oh, the climbing. Ah, that's the only issue. I don't want him to move on the wall, so I'm gonna check it. Screw it, mate.
Um. So are we ready to sunset the gameplay branch and starting with the Git flow approach?
I've already started.
Oh right,
I
yeah.
thought I'm like I've done that now. Well, I've Oh, okay, sorry. I've checked out gameplay though. So not into dev. Well, because what I did, okay. So dev gameplay is kind was acting as my dev. So
Yeah, yeah,
I've got a feature branch off of gameplay. So not yet. Once I check my thing into gameplay, we'll merge it into dev, and then
yeah,
we'll start that Git flow. I was
yeah,
kind of doing it already. Like I wanted to get in the practice, so I created the features that is climb that if you see in the Git, I've got off a
yeah.
feature branch climbing anchors. Technically, to be fair, as that is a branch off of gameplay, I could actually just check that into dev. But because we have some merge, I think before we do that, let's resync and everything and then go from there.
No, yeah, because I still need to sync back from gameplay because
Mm,
also my branch is
yeah,
yeah is
that's
of
cool. Yeah, we'll do that this week. Maybe tomorrow actually, or afternoon. Or tonight. Actually. Let's do it tonight. All right. What am I doing now in my life? Let's figure that out.
okay. All right, I'll um gonna grab some lunch. Starving, but I'll be back later for the um art catch up meeting.
This is
I think
actually
if we
quite
make
fun.
and stream it, why not? All right, let me grab something to eat and be back in an hour.
So actually, this stuff is kind of done. I need really the next stage is the motion matching stuff. What I might do in a bit though is I might grab another coffee and then think probably look at the Dino versus Climb movement and the IK stuff. Oh, it's probably the IK, like the procedural stuff in it. That is what it's gonna be. It's what it's gonna be. Unfortunately, it's what it's gonna be. Um, so I think it is gonna be yes, either the IK or yeah, it's either the IK or it is like what's it called? Yeah, man. Interesting. It's either the IK or it is no actually. Yeah, it's the IK or it's the dino behavior. Like being able to hop. Because I think there's two types, right? There's like a dyno which would go between surfaces we could detect, and I think that is the because I remember last way I did it before was we had a, like if you're on the wall, the dynos aren't like Lord grab. It's like hop grab. Like it will do the whole movement for you if you're just like so that you can like jump and press A, right? Although like depends, right? Because then I was like, oh, if you're jumping off of the plane in which you're on, then you need to actually because this is when it depends on how tricky you want the gameplay to be and how fluid. Like one of the things that I love at the moment now with this is that it is just this fluid kind of like you're locomoting on a wall, right? And I can just imagine the dino eyes rather than it being. But then again, maybe it'll be fun to like jump, grab, jump, grab, jump, grab, jump, grab. As opposed to like I push in the direction, I press A and it goes. Maybe that just does launch, and then maybe then I hold like the right trigger and push off and press A to do like to jump away from me. Like if I want to jump to the wall behind me, right trigger. It could be cool to be honest, actually. Like, well, just make the whole all jumping on the wall physics based. Maybe that is better. Because obviously every other game it is all like animation based. Imagine it actually is the more fun approach when let's say you want to climb something, right? You can move up these little steps with locomotion. That does it for you. We do the okay, we move left and right if you're doing like that. But then say there's a gap, you can't reach the gap. Now to move to the next gap, you need to actually jump. Like you can turn corners. Oh, that's the other thing, turning corner. Basically, to turn a corner, because I'm wondering if the normal of the ledge. So we can detect turning corners. Then we say if the normal of the ledge differs, right? Then we say okay. We say you turn a corner, you try and find it like that, right? Then we say oh like because one of the things to do there would be to actually get it to go round. It needs to pass round the thing, right? So with the motion matching, although the trajectory be right, it needs the we need to say oh move around to the thing. Now, tricky element there is that you technically have to create a sync point on the edge of the thing so that you can say go to this point and then move around. So your velocity isn't it's not linear like that. Your actual movement velocity is curved. So it's like that. Yeah, it's like It's all here. And we're on it for this. We need to go around like that to be able to be on it like that. I can't just say go from there to there. Because that's just going to go. I actually need to say go from here to there to there. I mean, unless. Yeah, I think I just create like. I mean, yeah, it really is. It's not just a case of. That's kind of the issue with that trajectory. It needs to be a bit more. Trajectory actually needs to be a lot less linear in that regard. Like, it can't really just be from, oh, you're here, you want to go there. You know what I mean? It's kind of more like. Actually, no, it has to pass through points. Hmm. Hey, Milbert, bro. How are you doing? Yeah. I think we need to create either some kind of intermediate point we can move from there onto there, or we even did do that. It's not right. That trajectory isn't actually correct. This is why when I actually think the trajectory, because the trajectory needs to be like that, not that. We need to actually sample some more points along the path. Which is a little bit trickier because we are currently using it as just a velocity. Uh, uh, ooh. Unless, right, unless I say, unless we, unless we sample, what we could do, we can sample the anchor position periods of time. That will give us our trajectory. Because then hopefully the anchor should be here, then here, then here, then here. That'll be our trajectory. And currently now, whilst our move velocity wise is just like where I'm at, where my target location is, right? I think instead, because that's what we say, oh, like move with that, you know. Because now what we want is say we're here. Yeah, just I've got it all, being dynamic and doing it through the replicated thing, but because the way I'm setting it up, I'm using the motion matching, so that will drive the input pro. It's like procedural and motion matching together. Um, so the motion matching will drive the animation. We create some trajectories. So we create our like little movement trajectory on the wall, and you can like move up between rotating objects, and you'll rotate with it. And this is all done through the character movement, so it's like it is replicated, which is the key thing. You rotate with all the objects you're on, and hopefully when they come back towards each other, straight down. It's a bit like locomotion, but just on walls. So now you can imagine he's sort of like doing more interesting, and I got to do IK, and then moves to the next point, and then he'll drop down and do like a heel hook and stuff. So it's a bit more interesting. But now when it comes to turning corner, it's not like just an animation that's like, oh, turn the corner. But here, I mean, then again, right? I also don't know if simply put, because I'm also anticipating, oh, I've got to create the trajectory that passes through it, yada yada yada. I also don't know if it's just not enough to then say, oh, like your next point is round the corner, like move round the corner, like just just what I mean, like just move to that new point, and then allow the because what I think all that needs to happen is like, so currently while we create this trajectory from pure velocities, this trajectory I think very much needs to actually be driven by, it's like now the issue is now really you're kind of turning the corner already. You know what I mean? Before, I mean, first I got to detect that you turned the corner, and then, but that's just like by letting your trajectory pick that up, and then rather than this straight line, but I think it's with all of them like this. It's not just a straight line. I think realistically, it needs to sample X amount of seconds worth of anchor points in order to create that like. So it's like the over a second you see where your anchor point is. That is what sculpts your trajectory basically. So where would my anchor point be in? It's tricky because you need to look in the future, not the past kind of thing. Because that's kind of what the past is. The future is like where will it be? Which like technically is correct when you do it like this, but in this case here, actually your anchor point is going to be around the corner. Uh, so it needs to actually detect that and be like, oh no, you got to go around the corner, man. Like my future trajectory is around the corner. It's gonna be tough to do. Don't get me wrong, but and then like dinos, you like launch with physics in the direction, and you then grab like an arm grab, and it's like, yeah, Should be a cool little say little quite robust animation system. Maybe it could just work if I just say move to the new. Also, could not work because I have a feeling when you get here, it's gonna be like move around. It's like because he needs to kind of be doing that already so that he can. I don't know. That trajectory needs to change. It needs to become a lot more robust. Um, um, it's actually very different. What we said, create your trajectory by some. So we've got so we say say we've got a line, right? We've got our line. Why is it so ugly? Can I do it? Say we say this is my current X amount in past, right? Past point. Then we say this is I mean, you could do like 0.25 seconds in the future. So 0 minus 0.25. So we say 0.25 in the future at this speed. Find an anchor point. 0.5 in the future, find an anchor point. Then we say direct but this is equal to trajectory. The same way we do that now, right? We sample points in the future to create a trajectory. Now, currently, it's just an input, so then we say, "Oh, this way." So therefore, we say, "Oh, well, a second from now, moving this way, you'll be here." So that's why it's this straight line. But actually, we say, no, sample anchors seconds from now in order to sculpt our trajectory. But we're only ever moving from our current one to our very next one, but our trajectory is being created by sampling anchor points in the future. So, for example, if I'm going like this and there's a future anchor point, it would be like, oh, you're going to go here to there. Those are your three anchors. Or if I'm going round the corner more appropriately, here to here, then your next anchor is around the corner there. So it should be like from boom, boom, A to B to C to D around the corner. So my trajectory should be like that, whilst my movement is just from A to B. what we need to do there is when we create that trajectory, we need to get in that manually to be able to like, grab a hold of it and change how we do the calculation. So rather than sculpting it through taking your velocity or your movement input, which is just a velocity basically, and sampling points along that, we're just sampling anchor points. I mean, what I might do is do this myself, right? Create a seemingly a line based, the first thing I need to do is detect turning the corner, right? And then once that's done, I'll sample points along the line. And then if I can get a line that looks like that in my custom trajectory, then that is what I will feed as the trajectory to things. So only when I can make the line look like I think it should, then I'll look at feeding in it to the motion metric trajectory. And that way, then we should be able to have trajectories that turn corners and stuff. But we're only ever moving at our given speed from point A to point B. And those trajectory things will always be updating. So if your speed changes, how far you look ahead will change too. It's a little bit complex, but it should, if done right, it should work. Coffee. And what I'm going to do is, I think first thing I need to do, I need to detect a corner. So yeah, first thing I need to do is obviously kind of like along the line. I need to say like, oh, if you don't get a wall, move back and then shoot inward like that. Other thing is you could also move back here and shoot inward. So there's like a couple, but then you could also right. That I think we need to look at it based off your actor right vector, right? So if you're moving right, so if you're moving right, you want to turn the corner, right? Or inside on yourself. If you're moving left, you can't make a right hand turn. Does that make sense? Like you can, but you can make like an invert left or invert right. You can't do it like that. Well, that is equal to that. That makes sense. Like turn yourself in is to then move off right. So you're either turning inwards or turning outwards, basically. But that can be determined by the direction of your velocity, of your right vector's velocity. So if your velocity in the dot product of your right vector is positive, then you know you're either turning in like this or out like this. So we can make those two checks. If if it's negative, then you know you're moving in the opposite direction. So you're either turning like that or like that. Let's do that. Let's just calculate a corner first and foremost. Yeah, calculate a corner. Once you've calculated a corner, let's create sample points and I'll just do some debug tools to create our own trajectory. Once we get our own trajectory looking like how I envision the actual motion match trajectory should look like, then we'll look at feeding that into the motion matching. Then we'll look at dynos and changing what that looks like and jumping and grabbing and launching the character physics-wise. Make sense? Probably not. Not to me either. But First and foremost, though, priorities. I need coffee. So I will be right back. 2 seconds. Coffee. Toilet break. Okay. Let's do this, do this, do this. Oh, kind of bitter. Whoa. Definitely burnt. Come see, come see, I'm not gonna lie. I had worse, but I've also had better. Still, it's nicer than most coffees I get in shops. All right, so I'm a little bit chilly now as well. But we need fresh air up in here, you know what I mean? So let's do it. Let's put some music on. But we got soda too. So. Oh, congrats. Oh, what played? This dude's wavy. All right, so let's sample that. Yeah, I guess the question is, am I sampling it along that surface, or am I sampling along? It's along my input trajectory. Um, yeah, but we're not starting there really. We're actually gonna start. I guess we are. But we start from the anchor point. That is the question. Do we start from the anchor point? Uh, let's start from here, from normal point. Then what we're gonna do? Yeah. Um, the question actually is this not going to be relative to my input rather than my movement? It's never driven by input. Um, Yeah, a bit, isn't it? So I'm trying to think if I want to just iteratively. I know I'm repeating a lot, so I'm not going to repeat it, but I just want to separate it so mentally I can handle it differently. Basically, the what I'm doing, taking the input, which is like this, sampling along points on the input, see if we've got ledge, an anchor, possible anchor in the future. Um, I'll keep on, I'll continuously do that. Um, so I'll just continuously do that, right? And then what I'm then going to do is draw lines to each point. Um, yeah, you draw a bunch of lines between each point to hopefully visualize the overarching trajectory. But we need to first say, like, can you find an anchor at this point? Kind of thing. It's not. I hate when it does this crap, man. What is going on? Yeah, hopefully we'll end up with like our like a line with like our anchor point here, and a bunch of circles, trajectory line. Then we can translate these circles to try and find other anchor points. Draw lines between each one, so that then when we now start to calculate the corner, hopefully we then have like line, that kind of thing. It's the plan, at least. Made I think there was so much room in my thing. Oh, see, I knew it. Yeah, so exactly this, basically. Hey, Wolf. Now, so what would happen is now here we would turn the trajectory should be turning the corner. Same here, he should turn the corner. Do you mean? But then our trajectory, hopefully at this point now, is already turning the corner. See what I mean? So that turning the corner, then our motion matching direction can turn the corner with it. It's actually kind of correct. So let's see if we can detect ledge points from that. So what? I said it again. Let's first just ignore about turning the corner. Let's just do it as if it's just a normal one. Don't do that either. I don't want to do that, bro. Don't want to do that. Don't do that. You don't want to do that. Don't do that. What? What? Float himself. What? Look. Why does it do this to me? Oh, it's pissed me off today. I'm getting annoyed. I might switch to my Xbox controller. It does it again, I'm switching. This thing has been giving me a nightmare recently. Not in the mood for it. I like when it just works. You know what I mean? There you go. I mean, only issue because the surface is moving, that detection is a little bit crazy. Yeah, okay, hold on. Let's stop any movement and see what that looks like. To be fair, we could just sample more. To be fair. Yeah. Sample each point up on yeah, no. Fucking bloody things moving around, please. Look at his mess. This is what happens when you use fucking blueprints. That's why I don't use them. Because it's just, ugh. I mean, look at it. Okay, so now we've really we got to detect like turn in the corner. This detection needs to be better as well. Like we should really pick up like this should pick up ledge points. Frankly, like yeah, the fact that it's not picking up is just problematic. You smile. All right, so that kind of works. um, oh, I'm lagging. I'm moving at like 30 FPS right now. So if I go like, I just look stupid now. Innit? Bro, away from me now. Oh, I need to go bank as well. Crap. Oh, I've got a lot to do actually. Actually got a fair bit to do tomorrow. Okay. What am I doing? Sorry. All right, let's do this, right? There's no need to do another one. You know what I mean, guys? Let's all do on this. That draws an arrow at the point. That we do want, to be fair. Go to the nonsense. Keep that too. What we actually just want to do. What's the best way to just debug this? I mean, I could just. Um, find a couple. I'm just trying to do what's the best way to debug this. Oh, it doesn't even matter. I'm gonna get rid of it. So let me just do whatever in it. I was like, what's going on? That's because I'm streaming in the thing as well. I'm doing a double stream. The GPU's having an answer. Oh. See, this is what I mean in terms of creating the trajectory. You see how this, like, I mean, unfortunately, it's not quite reliable enough. Again, I don't know really if it's a tricky one because I don't know if it's actually necessary. Because, like, yeah, like, I'm just creating these points along the line, right? Like this, in order to sculpt the trajectory. Oh, but you know, do you know what I realize? That's not my trajectory. um, no, trust me, you can. It's just time. Like, the more you do it, the better you get. It's like when it comes to like art stuff and the people at Blender, I look at them and they're just doing crazy stuff. But if you spend enough time in it, it makes sense. You know what I mean? There's still so many programs I don't have to do. I'm gonna learn Blender though. But I also want to learn some like digital art stuff, like drawing and stuff. So like this is technically what I'm trying to create. See how that trajectory is sort of on the bottom, right? That orange line is kind of what I'm trying to create trajectory wise. I don't know if this is the right way to go about it. I'll be honest with you, right? I don't actually know. Because this is like doing like a constantly updating trajectory kind of thing. If you see, it's a bit wild. It's a bit too sporadic for my liking, actually. Because now when I think about it, the actual climb trajectory cannot be that. Yeah, it's not stable at all. I think this is a waste of time. Is this a waste of time? 'Cause I mean, right now I'm checking. Oh, like where's in the second? Are you going to be on this point or? But then realistically, is just like, are you not just moving to the edge and then just turning the corner? There's, I don't necessarily disagree with sampling points in the future, but I mean, you know, what, I'm not gonna get rid of it. Let me leave it for now, though. Let me just detect the corner. I'm just gonna axe that for now, right? Let's as I say, look, if we don't find a ledge, so in terms of finding the corner, so we've actually got the thing doing the sampled this stuff. Right? We've actually got that. Let's turn corner legislation is the next bit. So I think there's a couple ways we can do that, really, right? We can do those traces, or is there a better way? Because I'm wondering. I was gonna say use like ledge geometry, but that's for that injuries whole thing. Let's do some choices. Let's do some beats. See this album, yeah? Crazy. Oh, best album ever. Could be G. It's fat to me. Ooh. I've seen them all, but they all do it the same way. Like, I mean, I've seen so many. Uh, I know what they're gonna say. Oh, you can turn the corner by using it, but then they all have the same problem that I want to avoid, and that's like it's all either purely procedural, purely animation, or you're moving. But I want this like continual, fluid, non-stop, just motion matching approach that people are yet to do. From what I've seen, could be wrong because I've seen a few as how people approach it, and they all approach it interestingly, but none have this like it is just flowing on the wall. That mixes both the data driven and motion matching. Because it's tricky to do. In terms of like finding ledges and that was all fine. Alright, so first of all, let's first determine whether or not we're moving right or left, because that will determine whether or not we. I think I might move it into a new function. Find corner ledge or something. It's not really. I'd actually rather in here do that logic of transforming that guy. So what we first want to do is, yeah, no, I don't really trust you. The thing is with YouTube videos is like half of them don't know what they're doing, in the sense of like, and I think it's a dangerous thing with like because unless people are really explaining why they do what they do and the purpose it serves, a lot of times it's like, oh yeah, add this node here and do this thing here. Like when I was first learning Unreal, I was using it and I was just like, well, but you're not saying what. Do you know what I mean? Like what it is, the thing is meant like at its core. So let's say now, if you were to look up a motion matching thing, people would explain it. Or like, oh, motion matching is a cool way to pick anime. And I'm like, yeah, but like, you have to understand why. First of all, why would you want it, right? Because it's not just like, oh, animations look good, therefore I want it. It's like your game may not need it, right? Or like explain, what it is, and like, but you don't get that unless you read papers of people that actually start to come up with it. Now there's a bunch of talks and things that people explain it in depth, but really you need to read like to be fair, I think it's Orange Duck by Daniel Holden, amazing site, has an article that discusses it in like depth. Then you can like properly understand it, and it's like it's not just like put this node here and attach this link here. It's like what is that node? Do you know what I mean? What I would like to see is if they said, okay, let's go and look at this node and what. But you can't really do it blueprint, right? Because, so for example, I say get our actor forward vector, right? What should happen is we should click into this and go into like this engine code, right? And look at what all of this is doing, right? So this is held. This is a method from your actor class, the parent, like your base class. Your child class of that, which is the one you create, will access this function and do X, Y, Z. What this does is it gets its do you mean like explain what all these things are doing? So if I was doing a tutorial, for example, and I was like, oh, get your anchor, and what we're doing here, we want to get okay, so for example, this, right? When you see a tutorial, it's like, oh, calculate the dot product of this, then take, the inverse cos of that, put this as a quaternion, use that to rotate your vector that is a normal, and then this will put your vector in the right plane. Next, we need to, it's like, well, what is good? What's the math behind that? Do you know what I mean? Like, this is a mathematical equation. Do you know what I mean? First, do you mean because to actually get your rotational angle, right? So you explain that equation, how it works, what it does. Then you explain like what is a quaternion, you know what I mean? Why we need an axis and an angle, and explain then why we use this quaternion to rotate the normal of the input, in order to then transfer it to the plane of the surface we're on, so we can change our x y into like y and z depending the movement. But they don't explain that, so yeah, it's a tricky world. I take all the tutorials with a pinch of salt because some of them are useful in terms of just showing you what to do, but half the time I was more confused because I knew what I was doing, but I didn't know why the hell I was doing anything. So then you find the odd gem that he does it. That they explain, he or she explains it really well. Most times, honestly, your best bet is just try and crap, and then just having it break, and then looking at forums, and then going back and forth rather than just copying what the videos do. I'd almost say like ignore the video, think about what you need to try and do, and then piece it together yourself. And then at the end of it, you'll understand it more than if you just watch the video and did it. Do you mean? It will take you way longer, but you'll actually know what the things do. You know. Random rant. First, what am I doing in my life? All right, to find this corner, what I want to do. So we can either find it going forward or going backwards. We'll check forward first. Basically here, what we're doing is we need to know which way we're trying to find a corner, right or left, right? So we take our character. If we're going to the right, with our right vector, because if we're going to the right and going forward, we will then shift it out towards the right, forward, and then back inside itself, back in on the right vector. Whereas if we're going backward, we will shift it like along, like back towards us, out the way, and then out again. So if you look at the green, my little chalkboard, think we're like here, right, and we're on the little ledge here. We're gonna move it out. Then if we're going to the right, then we'll move it forward in terms of our forward vector, and then we'll shoot back in towards our right to see if we've got some. So if I think I'm facing here, I'm going to go out to the right, move forward, and then go right again, back in on myself to see if there's something in that range. And then hopefully along there, I pick something up, right? It can be angled and stuff, that's fine, but in that kind of look, I need to pick it up. And then, but potentially, we can do some stuff looking at because I did it before, where I actually just took the object geometry and found like the vertex, the closest like vertex point, and then I used that to determine this corner kind of thing. But there's bits we can do. Because what realistically we'll do here is if we don't find a ledge, and we like, because this isn't really just off. We just don't find a ledge. It's actually if we don't hit a wall. You know what I mean? Like, whereas if we do hit a wall on the thing, we might need to check, but we'll check it. So we take the corner direction going right. Yes, take the corner vector, right vector, and then we say might not even need this, to be fair. I don't even think I need this because I'll just use the input. You know what I mean? We're just yeah. I don't think I actually need this. So let's just go logic, right? So let's move it along this. Say we didn't find it, so now we're gonna say interesting, because we also then say like, you know, how much that way do we need to check? Because then we go out this way, that way. We actually then need to um we actually don't need to see like, how far along the thing do we move. Unless we just move the same distance, really, like that iteration gap. Yeah, let's move it because we do the same thing anyway. Let's do that. Um, we don't even need to move it out. Yeah, move it forward. Actually, yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Actually, let's see. Because even if it's this way, we just move forward. Then all we care about is how we're coming in on ourselves. Yeah, cool. So we're gonna say move it forward. This. So say what do we use the anchor for? The anchor normal. I think let's use the anchor normal. That's the object, you know what I mean? Rather than just how, because if we're like this, we don't want to be like, yeah, let's use the anchor normal. So we take wherever we would have started, shoot it forward by our iteration gap. Now we need to let's actually just draw that debug. We'll just do bit by bit, and we'll just debug it as we go. I think that's the best way to go about doing it. Let's go draw debug speed. We've actually got a little, you guys in luck. We've got a little art catch up with some of the guys that are joining the team. In about 15 minutes. So I'm just gonna stream that as well. You know, you guys are gonna come along for the whole journey. So. I'm digging this album. I can't lie to you. Serious. Go from the start, please. Thank you. Hey, what? What? Said what? What? Look, I said what? Oh. Yeah, I'm digging that. But what we actually need to do is move it along that more. Actually,
Yo.
oh, I'm very stupid. I am. Whoops. What? What's going on in here, man? I mean, yeah, yeah, that does make sense. Does make sense. Um, that makes sense. Um, True. Yeah, that makes sense, doesn't it? Makes sense. Like, do you mean like, actually, let me just see what that case would actually be. Yeah, it doesn't move in on themselves. Because what they actually need to do is, because that's what the iteration gap is. I guess they don't need to move in that direction. I mean, let's do this. This could be wrong, but there you go. I mean, this is it's a bad now. I'll sort this out now. You know. All right, guns.
You're right, mate. How
I
are you?
moved to the graphics channel. You can mute or something.
Oh, yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Wasn't able to drag you in.
Yeah, no, you're napping for that.
Oh, I need the power.
I feel like I shouldn't have told Dado. It's too much power to give him.
Never, yeah.
But hey, we're here now.
See, now here, if you do a little bit, it goes doesn't get further. So that's like that. But now what we need to actually do is, you see the orange ones, they need to move. The green needs to go out, orange needs to come in because we might go back on ourselves. Those are the two ways we can turn, right? So yeah, so we actually have to be a bit more cheeky. Excuse me. I'll mute myself, sorry guys, I don't piss you off.
No, that's right.
I know you yeah, I mean I know you like my voice, but it's so yeah.
Nah, it doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, so next I mean, let's um, okay. Yeah, so with this guy, we obviously, yeah, when in the same way in which we move it out so that it does that, uh, when we're going back on ourselves, we actually need to, yeah, because obviously we go the trace direction times by that. But it actually needs to be the inverse trace direction. Yeah, it's actually, I think it's actually the inverse trace direction times by. Yep. Yeah. We could just do it. We'll see.
All right then.
How are you?
You guys, we're good.
Yeah, not too bad.
Hello, we are live on YouTube to 1 million people.
Yeah. Oh, we're live.
Yeah.
Yeah, David's already streaming.
Yep, and not gonna lie anymore. That is it. Stream's over. Thanks, Dado, for ruining it. I hope you're happy you've ruined it for everyone.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Well, we can't have nice.
Is this the right channel for the art ketchup?
Might as well be. It's a graphics channel.
Yeah, graphics. Yeah.
I have a feeling Mondays are going to be quite a quiet catch up because it's like
Because we
we're up
do
to
one
Thursday and then
week.
it's basically straight into the weekend.
Yeah. No, but I think it's not that we need to show well, if we want, yes, but it's more to see if yeah, we are on track with everything. I think Friday is more. It was more meant to be, you know, if you're not, if you're not cautious, show cool stuff.
Fair enough.
Oh, this event in Discord, I can start it, but I cannot stop it. How do you stop an event?
What do you mean you can't stop it?
You can't. There is only the button to start.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but it has to be running before you can stop it, doesn't it? Oh no, it's live now.
Yeah, it's
I
live
don't know.
now, but then the only way that you can stop it is to, I don't know, close this window or something.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think it maybe stop. You right, guys? I think it maybe stops automatically when everybody leaves.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm guessing, but
All right. Let's see. Right. We're waiting for Florian, I think, right? Florian is in. Mustafa is out. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, we're waiting for Mustafa and then we can start. Yeah, let me check. Okay, let's wake up. I mean, I think it just I saw it joining and then it crashed. Are we still live, David?
Mm-hmm.
Eh,
It is just me currently working on some board and things like it. We gonna get there. We gonna get there in the end.
Excellent. All right. Let's start. So, is everyone all right that we are live on YouTube, guys?
Yeah, no problem for me.
No, I'm camera shy.
Of course.
All right. So, let's start with who wants to go first for the catch up? The council team or the skyscraper team?
Don't know. I don't have that much to catch up, to be honest.
Yeah, me too. This weekend I couldn't do much, so I can still show you something actually. Really quick though because I'm just working on Windows. I'm doing so many Windows.
Yeah, go on.
Give me just a moment. Okay, you should be able to see everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think I finally found the crack in the code of the type of detail that was missing, and it was Windows. So I'm doing a bunch of reiteration and stuff for every single other buildings to try on and to be a little bit faster with modules. And I was trying on this building how it looked, and it needs more variation. Some of you, especially Dado, already suggested it. But yeah, I'm working on it. This
And
is mostly.
It's looking good though.
how fast is to generate those elements? Because I know Florian is working on Udini, which has a very nice non-destructive flow to, basically automate all of this process, right? Could this be something that it can be automated,
Automated.
or how fast is to generate
Okay,
this?
it's slow if you compare it to a tool created with Udini, but it's still pretty fast for the deadlines and timeline we have actually. It should be doubled if we had a tool dedicated to this. I can probably look up to it actually, but yeah, it's slower, I guess. Like I can do about 2 to 3 building with this method. If we had like a dedicated tool, I should probably like do every single building in one day, or at least have a base of windows for every single building. This is more hand manufactured, and it still needs variations and unique piece of for every single building for the windows and such. Since we do have in use on the climbing part, so it's gonna be gameplay considered.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna be more of an endcraft part of it rather than procedurally generated. But it will still have modules and stuff, so it's not like every single building, every single facade will have, handmade windows. It's kind of middle ground.
Because I think the hard part of that, like this sort of workflow is, on one hand, we want to automate it as much as we can. On the other hand, we want to keep a lot of those human touches. I was talking with Florian earlier, and we need to strike that balance between. Because if we do this with a tool, it will just look some random Perlin noise, or some random computer generated algorithm thing. If you mix it with some human intervention, then that is where we start to see that that human touch. Because again,
Yeah.
going back to that building that you had it last time, there is no way that we could do well, there is no easy way to automate that process, because it was more like choose 2 or 3 main elements, and then within those elements you can automate it, but not in the sense that, okay, we got this big area, just automate all the windows, because I think that would just generate this random
Yeah,
noise.
it will look like a city, but like a completely super boring city, I guess.
You cannot get away with the uniformity, even if we have an artificial noise, right? You will never get that. Even like the fact that you got this those corner which is slightly, no, slightly curved, and those shapes there. You don't have that if you just say, right, okay, just feel, feel a
Procedurally,
cube.
yeah.
Feel something like that.
Yeah, that's true. And also, if you notice these buildings here, keep busting, playing with shapes and such, I didn't initially considered the cube maps idea. That is really cool actually, because you will have an infinite amount of variation with cube maps. And
With
that
the cube
part
maps,
could be completely randomized and procedural. That part needs to be almost completely randomized. Yeah, but it's probably the smallest detail you will see on the Windows part of a building. Like the extreme amount of, oh, this is really cool. Every single building, every single window have a room inside.
But on the other side, you like, when you do it too much, it's it goes back to that sort of uncanny valley of why we got these 20,000 floors, and every floor has got a sofa, a TV, and the lights that goes on and off.
Yeah.
It still needs to be half and half. Because
Yeah.
I would imagine if it would look a lot more believable if half of the floors were like off, because I don't know, there is some office building, and then like it's closed at night, or something,
True.
something more like. So it's I still think this it still need to be decided, how do we get away from from the procedurality of the
Yeah.
of those models there.
Yeah. Definitely. That's kind of one of the main reasons why I really like the idea of having, you know, mm, modular parts and handmade ones. Since this is not like an open world game, we don't really need a kind of procedural type of tools for the most important parts, like details, windows, and um, handcrafted roofs, and etc. etc. If we had like a huge open world, probably it shouldn't be almost necessary to have something done within the deadlines, but this is not the case. So I personally really happy with um, kind of having modular parts and handcrafted and kit bashed together.
Yeah. Also, one thing that we shouldn't forget is, yeah, in 99% of the time you are playing with the character, close to the character. So, like, you will never see, this view from the game. Well, apart from another building, of course. But for the most part, it will be like if you go back zooming in, those floors. Yeah, it would be like this sort of view, right? So while having the procedural stuff, it's important, and the model stuff important, we need to have a look about, okay, but how does it look for 90% of the time that the the player is playing, right?
Yeah,
Because you may never see that facade there. I mean, again, you will see from the other buildings for sure, but
yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
you're
think
not
this
gonna
is the
see.
most important view. Like, how does it feel from when you are, on the top of the rooftops, and then, like, looking down and feel that sense of how it's.
Yeah, true. Uh, yeah, definitely. Also, I was thinking, since buildings are kind of more dynamic and made of more parts, you have on the same buildings, like towers like this, for example, and you can play with some detail here, but it still needs to be, gameplay wise, useful.
Yeah, and makes sense, right? Because yeah, one those three towers there. What is the what is their purpose in real life? Are they just gonna be big giant walls?
No, they're like this one over here will be an exit to the other ones, and they will probably gonna have electric wires and stuff and antennas. So you rather put antennas on the biggest part, uh, rather than on the lowest part, of course. Um, but yeah, made of the same building, connected through it, but uh, different exit to the roofs, I guess. So this is our AC's units and stuff. But you can also exit from this part right here, and you can also traverse, having another layer of traversing the city, because every single building can become like a separate playground rather than just a flat surface where you can cross from A to B, and that's it.
And I think we should really try to import in the game very often, because I have the feeling that this is already too dense for a fast gameplay.
Oh yeah, okay.
Like those those double air conditioning vents thingy. No, but the one in front of the character, right? Yeah. I mean, that one gameplay wise looks, no, like the one on the right. Yeah, that one. No, so yeah, no,
No,
just
at
go.
like knee height, right in front of your mannequin.
Oh, this one. Oh, sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so I think that is already something that gameplay wise is a bit sus,
See,
because
I don't think that would be too much of a problem. It doesn't, from how much I've played the game, this doesn't look like it would be too dense. Especially now we've got double vaults, like double Kongs or dive rolls over it, or just jump onto it.
But I think in this case here, something like this is where I think the simpler option is the best option in terms, because now you introduce some issues here in terms of geometry, right? Because there might be a gap between those two, and then technically, then we have to add a lot of edge cases for the case that if it picks up the little gap in between, because they're just spaced enough where you've actually got two ledges there.
Well, yeah, but we're hand making collisions anyway, so we can just for the collision for this, we can treat them as a singular thing.
Because I would imagine gameplay-wise that you'd want to either jump onto this and jump off, or just vault it directly. So I would think actually here, just an object to vault would probably be the most optimal thing. So like vaulting off using this as a vault off of the building.
See, I can think of a ton of. Well, it depends on what the gameplay loop is. If it's an area that's only for a mission of like get from point A to point B during a chase or something,
Because there,
sure.
sorry.
But if it's part of the sandbox area, it's quite nice having it wide because then you've got options for like dropping off for something to land on it, dive roll onto it or over it.
Yeah, but think about it. If you look at that though, I can see potential for a bunch of it. Just so like in that little theory, I see 3 obstacles basically that could be treated individually with multiple gaps in between them that just could breed issues. That's what I'm saying. Like, so like you've got your double. So say for example you double vault this. There's actually you're not going to fall off it. You're actually going to land and then need to vault again immediately off. Do you see what I mean? So like looking at it from this, if you just if you spin sideways so we can look at the 2. Yeah, like right. So it's I'm actually not so. Yeah, so like
you end up landing in that little gap.
Do you see why it's like it's not really off of something, it's not fully over something. It's quite a tricky, like behaviorally. I could see a couple edge cases. Now that's not to say we shouldn't fix this, right? Like in terms of the gameplay should definitely fix it. But I do think it's like in this case here, potentially the most simple option is like, okay, have a obstacle to vault either off of the thing or vault onto the flat ledge and then jump off, or because then you could do like a double off of the first ledge onto the edge of the other one, or like Kong roll off of the thing.
Yeah, okay, I get what you would say, and the fact that they are doubled can also be a little bit of a problem, I guess.
Or even like you could even keep like I was thinking like even if it's like keeping a lot of the complex like the double, if we like the double thing, potentially have a section and a path through it that's simplified. So maybe I don't know if could it be a slightly more complicated connection events, like say for example the one closer to the edge connected in sooner to the one closer to the inside, and then there was almost like a little 2-3 square gap that was just made it one obstacle. It's hard to explain like almost if the second one you took out the middle chunk, the other 2 like vented off of each other, like they connected into each other, and then you almost had a section where it was just like vault and then jump, but then you also kept the more complex side as well, and then I think I would actually probably contribute to it's like even more of an interesting shape that would like maybe pull away from a. I'm trying to think of I can't draw on your screen, can I?
You can create. You can take a screenshot from if you tell me.
Okay, yeah. Let me. You
Also, the roofs part should not be my my thing. I just needed some details here to understand the type of detail we were gonna research, because I'm treating this building as a research lab.
Yeah, no, that is the right thing to do. Just quickly, while David is drawing, so I think the other issue that I see here is, so you mentioned that now we got double Kong. Yeah, for sure we got the double Kong, but I think we need to think in terms of the frequency and the difficulties of certain moves. So I treated the double Kong as a very advanced move, right?
Yeah.
So, we need to have something that showcase the double Kong for sure, but I would just keep it as a, almost like a showcase, a showcase event in which you are basically the only way that you get through that is to do a cool double Kong, right? Because I'm quite worried that the casual player will have a hard time navigating. I think a casual player should play the game in a very enjoyable way. So possibly a casual player should just jump and climb, let's say. If you really want to do it. While if you are a more advanced player, sure, you can do all of your crazy stuff. But if we insert advanced move into normal scenarios, then I think that could be quite dangerous from the gameplay point of view.
Yeah, I mean, you can play situations like that in many different ways. You can just clean this thing and then jump and try to reach this part of it, or you can just climb over here and just go for the bridge. This is the simple part. I thought about this just because of people that want to traverse as fast as they can and not, stick on the details around here where you can just climb and do stuff. But as you said, it's more stressful because you have more stuff to overcome. Over here, you don't have literally anything. In every single building I'm trying to work on, there are always 2 to 3 ways to traverse it. That's why it looks like splitted in various parts, because you can decide to do it the hard way and sandbox it and challenge it, etc., or you can just go through it uh, in
I
this
mean,
way.
what we could do is as we're because this skyscraper map, I'm guessing, is going to be what we use for whenever we give builds out to the backers. Just as we do buildings, we can update the Unreal level, and every time you put it out, just a couple more buildings will be added, and we can just constantly get player feedback onto what's too
Yeah, we
dense,
should do that.
what's
We
things like that.
absolutely should do that.
But like,
Um,
are we
yeah.
playing it? That's because my question is because have we tried like if you play this now, can you traverse this smoothly 99% of the time?
We need to try it. We absolutely need to try it. Like, I don't know why I'm still focusing on creating and not to test. There is something I need to do way more often. And so even having basic collisions just to see if what I thought for the building, like this is the fast part and this is the less fast part. Even having some really simple collision to confirm that should be fine, I guess.
Because I think that's the tricky part. It's because it's like it's exactly what you said. It's like it has to just like play really well, and if it's not, then that might also be something that we need to know to change in the gameplay or fix or improve or whatever. But the two have to be in sync at all times because and then the feel is the thing that matters most, right? I would almost rather a simplified thing that just flows really nicely. You'd be like, almost if there was like just one vault, one cloud, right? Obviously, we don't want that, right? But that would almost feel better than a highly dense area that is difficult to navigate at the moment. Because I think that feel and that gameplay flow is the thing that's most important when it comes to like the the environment, and nailing that is like if we don't have that, it could be as beautiful as we want, but you can't get around it nicely.
Yeah,
So and
Yeah,
it's
I
like
think
when the rooftops were basically empty, it was fun to play. Still, you know what I mean? So now it's about how can we build the rooftops up, but keep that feeling of like I'm just gliding between all of them, right?
yeah, I get what you mean, and it's funny because I was one of the first to propose not to change anything on the same skyscraper level, and then I kind of overdo it. This is still testing the amount of details we want to see actually, because uh, I'm pretty sure that Gans is definitely gonna do a better job than I'm doing with the roofing part. And so this is subject to change, of course.
Yeah, I think the density needs to be in the details, not in
The player
we
part.
put a million objects in there, because even that small slope there with the railings on the side. I mean, I really have no idea how we can make it interesting or fun to play. To me, it just
But
slows down the thing.
yeah, but you need that. You do need that density of more complicated challenges. A, to introduce challenge to any navigation-based missions, because there needs to be things that are awkward to get around to create the tension. But also, just for the sake of replayability, for people that love
But
the
that's
game
not
and
the
come back
base, I
and
don't
play it
think.
again and again and again, it needs to, like, when the first time they play it through, yeah, they need like simple routes that they can get through quickly in that. But it needs to have enough density that they can come back and start getting creative and making more complicated lines. You need both.
But I think you need to
Can't just have
build
it all.
from the other way around. Like you have to start simple because I think the issue is if you start with that in mind, it will be too hard and you won't have captured the simple flow first. Like the first thing to capture has to be like, can I just move around and just flow easily? Not even I don't have to think about it because we're viewing it from a perspective of like understanding movement, understand like 90% of players don't they don't even know what double Kong is, right? They don't know what any of this stuff is. So when we're saying, oh, you could like the priority has to be, can I just go from A to B and it just feels smooth as butter, almost like I see the route already in front of me. It makes so much sense. It's just jump, roll, grab, and then once you have that nailed down, then it's about looking at ways to make it more complex. But I think if we work from, we need to make it handle all of these scenarios as the like first thing, we'll end up with a problem of like we haven't captured the flow that we need to have before
We should
we've
definitely
made
gonna
it super
test.
dense.
See, I think it'll be easier to start off with this dense stuff, play it, and be like, right, okay, here's awkward to move, so we'll strip back from this section, but the rest of it's okay. I think working backwards is going to be easier. Because if you start off with it all simple and you get it perfect, every time you introduce a new thing, you can end up putting obstacles in the way because you've already gotten your route perfect.
No, but
I
because
think it's
I think you then have a base, right? Because if because the other way is like you don't know what feels good. Do you see me? Like it's like I don't know what it works, and I'm trying to always just figure out what works. But if I say, okay, this I know is fun, right? It's the same with like any like gameplay mechanic. Okay, what's the fun thing? I've got it feeling fun. Now can I evolve it from the fun thing? And if what I add doesn't contribute to making it fun, I don't add it. Whereas if you don't have it as the base level of fun, you're always searching for that, and then you don't know if you're going in the right direction or not. You could end up making a complete thing, and at the end of the day, it just doesn't work, and then you'll have to scratch and go back to try and find a point at which it's fun. Whereas if you start off with like, okay, this is just fun on a core level, regardless of parkour, whatever, just in terms of movement, this is fun to do. Now, how can I find ways to allow people to be more creative? You know that 100% I have the fun factor, and I can always go back to that. Now it's about how can I level up that fun with that base of like, this plays well no matter what, and then everything I add, I'm making sure it contributes that feeling. And if it doesn't, I'm not searching for which point I lost that. I'm always just saying, if it adds, add it. If it doesn't, don't add it. And in worst case scenario, you leave it at just the simple fun, and we'll have those areas of high density, low density. But you know that each area that we add, 100% is fun to play.
Guess so.
We should definitely gonna test this. Like, I really wanted to have at least 3 buildings that can link up together so that the gameplay is not on just one building, but it's also how I jump from one to the other, etc., etc. We now have 3 buildings, so we should definitely gonna test how it works in general, so we can see exactly that. Like, in my idea, this is perfect because you can do right here and have it hard, and or right here and have it completely simple, easy, and fast. But this is my idea when I was making it. Gans can see something else in here, and it's great. And you, David, can see that here can be quite stressful. We don't really know, but we have to test it. But you already proposed that here could be a problem, so we are seeing different stuff, and this is great. Actually, I'm happy about that because it's already working. If you see different type of paths and how difficult this part is, and easier this one, and you can propose different part to that we can change, etc. I mean, I'm already really excited to hear this, because actually, if there are so many ideas about what's already inside here, it means that conceptually it just works. We need to test it though, and it's definitely gonna be my next priority, since it became quite obvious that the amount of detail needs to be nailed before continuing. Mainly because on the last part of the city, it's gonna be extremely dense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And-
this is so open compared to the part of the city dense without any objects. This is incredibly open compared to that part. So I guess we definitely need to test this before continuing.
The other thing that I would say is, maybe the thing that contributes uh, to this this particular view to feel uneasy is that like from I'm not expert in air conditioning vents units and whatnot, but I something tells me that this is a made up place just to make some sort of gameplay happen. I just know, like, there are a lot of these elements that I cannot see in real life. I just don't for me this just is a place that doesn't exist, and it also contributes to the uneasy, because if this was like a one-to-one replica of a real place, maybe I could get away with, oh, but there is a wall there, otherwise you jump off the building. Sure, okay, there is a wall there, but this looks like we artificially wanted to put some elements to artificially increase the density, but they don't really make sense in the real world, because there is also that with I don't know what that space is, a weird wall, like what is at the forefront there is a small if you go on the right hand side there, what is that small wall there?
This one.
Yeah.
Oh, I just have to finish this part here.
Okay.
But it's gonna have a couple of stairs, and
Yeah, so
I've seen a couple of building already that have different small levels of it. Actually, I'm copying. This part is way more, softer than other parts that are just cubes. But in general, okay. I'm
yeah, no,
scanning down.
so
I'm
I'm
writing down the
saying
notes.
that I think yeah, don't try to, like, if you're not working from reference, then I would say don't try to add details just for the sake of adding details, because I don't know, there is something in this, like the way these rooftops, like the overall shape of the buildings, I really really like them. I think if you look at the exterior part and the main, the core element of the buildings, they are very very good. But then when you go like into this kind of view, so I think there is something that doesn't kind of match. Like, I don't know, what is that cylinder in the middle of the
This
the
one.
space? Yeah, I think for me there are too many things that you guys added there that they just they just feels like you added because you just needed to put something in there, and not because they were like important for either the gameplay or the authenticity point of view. And yeah, I think that's my feedback. Because okay, so if you go back to this, right? This I think it's of course is empty, right? But gameplay wise, I'm really gonna have a fun time jumping off this building, right? It's just the core principle to say, okay, I'm jumping off, right?
To
I
be
don't know,
fair,
like
that
That's
billboard,
that's
I don't.
boring.
There's bits of it I actually really liked. Like that billboard, actually, I think added a sense of like. I think it did add to it. And I liked the geometry of it actually. So I don't know, but maybe not even getting rid of it. But like, I think the process of building the level is it needs to be more iterative in terms of build gameplay, build like back and forth, like you said, Francesca. Because I think if we build and then it's like, okay, make gameplay work for that, we'll end up.
Yeah.
It will be such a process of back and forth, before you get like. Whereas it's like build, make it like. Does it feel fun? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Can I add to it, or we actually say this is really fun? There's loads of gameplay stuff for now. Actually, let's leave it as it is. And then, I personally, I actually really like that billboard. There's something about it I quite enjoyed. So I
Oh, the
know.
one that
See,
was okay.
the one that was there in the corner, I think potentially, because then also there's parts of it that I think having like certain billboards, there's a certain like a thing about it that is the standout on that roof. Again, like something about it that's like, oh, this roof is to showcase whatever, and you can access it XYZ, and then like I almost think in the absence of those pipes and just the billboard there, it feels alive. It feels whatever. Obviously, play. I'm not gonna say what's that. Play around with stuff. And then it's just like, okay, in this case, really, the outcome of this is jumping off of this rooftop, right? That's really what it is here.
Yeah.
So if we just keep the geometry of the building, like, keep those complex shapes in a way, but make it so that jumping off of this is just easy to do, right? And then from there, we can say, okay, can we extend that beyond, depending on...
Yeah,
I think
definitely.
like you definitely need to like play and build at the same exact time. Like it needs to be like you have your block out, and then you add your next like light level of detail in like some places where you just kind of you work your way down in terms of like scope and size of each distance, because like you're gonna find like routes as you play that you're gonna like want to add obstacles there, and then that's the moment to add something, instead of just kind of adding a bunch of things and trying to make it work. Like play in the blank space and then find where something should be and then add it, see if it works, and like work your way up in terms of detail. It'll just make it a lot easier, and like just save a lot of time instead of going back and forth and like deleting things.
Yeah, it definitely makes sense.
Yeah, just a quick note to add to that, like that cylinder thingy that you just deleted. I think we can have of course cosmetic stuff, and we have to have them, right? Of course, right? But again, it looks they don't need to be in the way, in the potential way of the character running around, traversing, because we know that we want to do the most sophisticated and advanced animation system, the parkour system, and all those things for sure. But historically, those are the scenarios that game engines really handles very badly. It's very hard for a character to really interact with those small objects that are scattered all around. So in that, instead of having one of those things in the middle of the roof, just to add artificially density, just maybe just check it in a very obscure corner that the character will almost never go there. So we see the cosmetics and the density density is there, but when you just want to do a fast run, you don't have to think about, oh, how do I deal with this with all of these random cylinders that are scattered around the place for no particular reason. Because again, I think, like, unless we do a proper study, like, of about how the architects really and the builders really design and build rooftops, just putting random objects on rooftops, I think it's just it will never look as good as somebody that knows why he put a cone in there. There might be a reason why something like that has to be there, but we are not architects or builders, or we don't know that. So but I think we should take the assumption that if you put something there, it's gonna be mostly wrong from not so much from the gameplay point of view, but from a visual point of view. And I think the only way that to do that is just again, I said a lot of times, but it's like just take a photo and copy 1-to-1 real life. Because if you don't start from that principle, then things are always gonna look slightly strange, unless you are an expert on how you put air vent pipes on rooftops. So that is my take on that. I think I would just try to make the core visual as it is now very interesting from a cosmetic point of view, and then we add the details. But the details are at the very end. Definitely is way too early to add details now. Yeah, so that's my.
Okay, got it. Thanks for the feedback, guys.
So how do you go into the fast part of the roof?
So here is like, I don't know how to say it. But you can just climb over here. The idea was here, and this bridge serves just as a traversing part, like it's a flat part.
Yeah.
And you can hop on the higher place, and from the higher place you can jump wherever you want to jump. But like, for example, this is the initial blockout, the one made by Sam's.
Yeah.
And proportionally, the amount of surface is extremely similar, but you have a little bit higher parts or a little bit lower parts, and this was me, but the amount of free space is actually almost the same.
Yeah. Now it is.
Yeah, I know that. Not considering the part on the rooftops, because I know, as me and Gans already said it, but I will take care of the building part, like the shapes, and the roof part and the details. It's not gonna be me anymore. This was just, as you guys said, cosmetic parts for me to understand the level of details needed for this type of building. So the part on these roofs, like here, weren't going to the game prior to everything we said. But if we consider the building without this part, actually I will probably leave the billboard because David liked it. But apart from that, the amount of free space is practically the same, if not better, because we don't have this annoying part anymore.
Yeah.
I look at this now, actually, and it actually looks like, gameplay wise, right? Now you could say on one hand, right, the gameplay opportunities are limited, right, or very obvious to you there. But I think to start, it actually looks very fun because I'm imagining like step onto the thing, jump off, land, or like I think you've actually ironically like nailed like the way it is looking right now. Like if you look at the left side, it looks actually quite interesting. Obviously without the initial blockout building of it. The actual structure of the building with the billboard and the sort of connecting kind of tunnel looks really, really interesting. I'm looking at your second window, the section of the bit with like geometry wise, and like now you can say like, oh, gameplay is straightforward. Like you just got, so like the boxes you're gonna jump on and stuff like that, and options to climb and things like that. But like if I was in a different building, I'd be like, oh, what's going on over there? Right? I'd look at that first building and be like, okay, I'm gonna jump and land on that. Right? That looks interesting to jump to. And then you say, okay, I can climb up here, go across, or maybe, and then the three things, if they turn into bigger AC units, you're looking, oh, maybe I can do dive rolls between them or just jump between them and then climb back up, right? The overall gameplay wise, it looks inviting for some obvious and seemingly basic stuff, right? I guarantee some players will be like, oh, actually, I want to stick on a little beam and drop down or, whatever. But to start, although we've gotten rid of a lot of the density, it looks fun, right? Like I look at this and think, oh, actually, I think the character will be able to get around here pretty seamlessly and, have a lot of options for climbing and stuff. I think potentially some gameplay wise right now, this like climbing up that ledge to get onto the top bit might be kind of tricky because I don't have the kind of like hang climbs, but that's something we'll add. But this is kind of what I mean in terms of like simple can actually be really the most effective often in terms of making a place look fun. Like now to me this looks really, really inviting. I think you've actually, the way it is now, you've done a really good job because your changes, and I know you're saying you weren't wanting to do all the rooftops, but I actually think you've kind of nailed the composition of these rooftops. It was just purely the density of it, but without that now it looks very, very fun, and looking at it from a separate section it looks really appealing. Actually, I'd want to go over there. So I did a good job in that regard. The thing don't like.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. I will probably gonna import these and the other two buildings to test it out gameplay wise. And let's see if you guys really are attracted to this building or the others and think, okay, I can do this and this, or it's just broken and they have to redo most parts. That's it. Thanks, though.
Yeah, and I think okay, the last bit here. I will try to limit the half measures, like exactly where you pointed the mouse now, right? There is that little bit of wall which is about 20-30 centimeters. Yeah, there, like, is it? Yeah. So I think, like, if it's something that is just like that half and half, just either do it completely flat because there's nothing beats a just really fast run. One thing that I really wanna have for this for the skyscraper level, if you think about a very fast chase, you probably want to sprint all the way to the edge of the building and then jump off, like you will do now, right? You just sprint all the way to the edge, jump off, you do a super cool jump, and then you land and roll and whatnot. But if you have that like 20-30 centimeter thing, yeah, sure. Hypothetically, the animation system should basically do an extra step and then another step and then do the jump. But practically, what you really want to do is just go flat out and jump off. So if that was I don't know, a very high a very high wall that you need to either climb on vault, then yeah, sure. We need a mix of that. We don't want to have every building has got no edges. But like between, I think for me it's just a case between like no edge, like just a flat surface where in which you can really bolt it, or an obstacle that you need to address. But keep those details. I like the details of those wiggling thingy there. Those are very, very good, right? But just make it just think about, you just wanna play very fast. I think one of the things that we're not very good at yet is to have a very fast gameplay, right? So one of the things that I wanna curate more is like, I wanna make a video in which you are running very, very fast, chased by the security guard and whatnot. And it needs to feel very fast. So that means you don't have to worry about, oh, I'll go a 20 centimeter thing here. What do I do? No, just like, bolt it for as much as you can. While, of course, keep it, interesting, cosmetic-wise, but like shape-wise, just make it... just make it flat. If you look at the what is the name? The Unreal Engine motion matching presentation video thingy, they had a bit on rooftops, and it's very simple. They are just a bunch of cubes, but if you analyze that, like the edges are they are flat edges, but they have very interesting shape. Well, they got interesting shapes. So I think that is a little bit like the trick, just to something like that. And if you expand that wiggly thingy there, and just okay, now all of a sudden this is not a straight edge, is something cosmetically interesting, and at the same time it lets you play super fast, because I think that is what we really need to nail for early access. I just want to see people playing very, very, very fast, in the situation when they are almost forced to do it. And then of course we can have very high density areas which are not part of the main of the main gameplay core loop. If you go into a secluded place, sure, in that case we can experiment with a lot of we can put a million air conditioning vents and whatnot. Okay, just make it as hard as you can. But I would treat them almost like as some cul-de-sac in which you basically you really want to go there because you want to do that specific high density stuff. While again, a casual player, I would really like that it could go from A to B in the main path of the level without really worrying too much. Because we spent a lot of time researching the ergonomicity of the controls, how you handle the controller. I think I'm still a big believer that you basically need only 4 fingers to play to play nicely. Okay, like again, a casual gamer should only use 4 fingers, and the advanced player for sure he can use 10 fingers, claw method or whatnot. But I just wanna that if I give it to my mom and say, okay, mom, that jump, she just press X to jump, and then she jumps. Like she doesn't have to worry about doing this half steps or even vaults for the matter. I think it needs to be super fluid.
I think this is also like when you should just like go from block out, like a full block out, like all the buildings are there, and then you work your way down in detail like from the start, so that you're already testing each level of like size. So before there's even like stairs or like bevel, like know that like the size is going to be good there and it's going to work in the game, and then add the detail like each step of the way. It's just gonna, so like I think that like having all the buildings in the scene, and then like adding your wall here and there like over time is gonna result in a better flow. Like you got to figure out the flow of the level and then add the detail around it and kind of like complement the flow and direct the player as well.
Yeah, because we got already that
sound
block
very
out, right, for the for this thing. And now, yeah, I think we went a little bit to details with with the details. Yeah, but I would rather see something like this, right? That for me, just that little bit of the wall there with the wonky bit. I don't know if for me it's already selling it. For me, we could ship with that, to be honest, because that is a very believable area that is just gonna be very fast to play, right?
There were some elements of when it had the step, right? Because I think the structure of the building looked visually more interesting when it had that lip. I think that like compared to it now, like I think this will play better, 100%. But if we like when it had the big arrays, it did look more interesting naturally, right? Because of the geometry. I guess the challenge for you guys is to find that middle ground. But I don't think it's possible unless is there something you need from us gameplay wise to be able to test it more iteratively as well, or is it just about like just making that the kind of workflow now, so it's a bit more back and forth?
It's probably just getting it into the engine more often and playing it more often.
Yeah, I think just created the collision mesh and tested very very frequently. But I think it really comes down to like does it feel fun and fast to play?
I think an issue we're
and
going to have there,
that's
though,
the-
is we have very different definitions of what feels fun for a parkour game. So
I
that's
don't know,
always
though.
going to be a
There's
grinding point.
there is I think you say that, but then there is a core feeling of just like being able to move around. Like I think if you can just move from a like ironically it sounds level, right? Regardless, no one tested nothing, right? But you could just get between buildings and it wasn't overly complex because there was nothing on them, right? And I think just capturing that feeling with slightly more complex geometry is the first thing to capture. Like, can I just move around this without thinking too much? Like, and if like I don't really think about where I'm going, I just kind of move from A to B, and it's just like, yeah, go up here. Like, I think that's just the first thing to capture. And then once you've got that, then you can look at, okay, let me be creative. But almost think as if when you're playing, you're not thinking. That's the best way to like. If you were just to zone the fuck out completely, could you just move between A and B? Like, could you get from the bottom here to the top there without thinking much? And if you can, then you probably got that flow feel. Then it's about saying, okay, how can I be more creative if I choose to? But if I just want to play and zone out for 10 minutes and just travel the world and explore, I don't have to think about how I get from A to B. It's just there. Like, it's the world builds on itself.
I get what you're saying, but I also think we're the worst people to test it, which is why I was saying earlier, we should just, every time we've got, like, as we get buildings done, whether they're completely agreed upon or not, get them in the Unreal level. So we can play test them as well, but then whenever versions go out to the backers, we can get a more widespread opinion on what is too dense and what isn't too dense.
Yeah, but we
Because we're the
cannot
worst. We're the
We've
worst.
done so we didn't do it
level
iteratively.
every
That's the
day.
issue.
Yeah.
Like we still, it's not been a step by step. I think that's the main takeaway here, is that we went to the end and they're like, okay, let's see, is the end fun? But it's like, actually the testing process should be each stage. It's like, okay, you know what, I've just added this thing here. First the team, right? How do you guys find this playing this small section with a slightly different composition of the blocks? Then we say, okay, oh, everyone says that's really fun. Then we say, okay, let the backers try it. Then we say, okay, you know what? Actually, we're gonna make some more dents in the set. Like it just has to be iterative, because if we go to the end and then say what's fun, let's remove. It's the opposite way in which we should approach the problem. Because like now I'm thinking, okay, get this in the game, let everyone play, see how like the team plays. If everyone's like, this is really fun and flowy, let's update the thing for the backers. All cool. But if we're like looking at it, we have not even played it. Giving it to people to test is useless, because we don't even know if we, who are the best at the game, can get from A to B. To then expect the people that have never played the game before to get from A to B, it doesn't. You know what I mean? Like it's just the whole process has to be more step by step. Because if you think about the end goal, it is too complex to just attack first off. We've got to like composition wise, I think this is sick. I would actually want to test this out and just see how it plays, and then you could be like, actually, this is fucking amazing, or this is dog. You know, you don't know, and then we say, oh, actually, yeah, add back what you had before. You know what? I'm Francesco. I'm wrong. It plays like a dream, you know, but you know we don't know unless we test it out iteratively, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think let's for you guys, let's create the collision meshes for the areas that you worked on, and just put it in the game and see, and see how it behaves. But I would really treat it like this onion, right? That you peel off, right, layers to layers, because yeah, I think I don't, I won't even think about props or anything like that right now. I just yeah, almost like I would think that maybe having a plan of okay, how do we convert those cubes into buildings, right? And then like something like, is this another building, Francesco? Yeah, so okay, something like this, right? I think that is the perfect, this is the perfect, first layer of the onion that we can test, because this looks this does look like a cube. He has got more elements in it, and and we can already test it if it feels how it feels different from jumping to from a cube to the next cube. How does it feel jumping from one building to another, this building? To me, this looks already a lot more interesting, right?
Looks sick.
Yeah. So I think like this is exactly, yeah, okay, so this like snapshot here, this is exactly the type of incremental test that I think we should have, because like going from the left to the right, like you can clearly see that the left is a bunch of cubes and the right is sort of like, it's a more, yeah, it's missing some windows and stuff, but you can see there is a structured. So I think that is the maximum that I will do right now. Just test it how how it feels, and then we go on detailing it.
Can you take a picture of that left side for me, French? Like render that. I don't know. It looks sick. Like just the two side by how they transform from one to the other. This looks really interesting. That right side looks sick. I found that too.
Yeah, because I think that here let's go a lot more details that they do not interfere with you traversing the game. They just add the cosmetics to it. And to be honest, I think we could ship with this. Of course, we need the right materials and tests and blah blah. But I shipped games which were less detailed than this. So and you don't need the freaking rubbish bin, the things. It's like it's just like just make the game make the player play fast. And yeah, sure, you put the rubbish bin even if you really want it in at the very, very edge where nobody will ever go, for sure.
Yeah, this looks sick, man. Good job.
And I like the fact that we added that you added like verticality in that. There is this couple of 2 new edges there, so that is a lot more interesting now. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, import this in the just create the collision mesh, import it in the game, and just play. I think this is gonna be very fun to play.
Fun as fuck.
The only bit that I'm not
Awesome.
sure is the far right bit with those semicircle thingy, but
I think with the climbing now, maybe. But ironically, I think that's one of those features that's on us, Tyler, to be honest. Like,
no,
I
for
think that
sure.
looks, that looks stuff like that. I look at, I think that may not play well, but it looks like something that I really
that looks like they must play well, right? Yes,
exactly.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But what I like about the geometry here is that, again, for if you just wanna have a very casual 5 minutes jumping between building, you basically go forward and press X, and you have the best time of your life. Yeah, I think for me that's such an important because again, we need to escalate the fun from the casual player to the parkour pro, right? Of course, we want that the parkour people, they have all the tools available to really make the sickest parkour lines, because it's a pure parkour game. But at the same time, like the base, like Drew always says, right? The base of parkour is just a jump, right? So we need everything to be really enjoyable, just jumping around. And at the same time, we need to have all of those mechanics that, if you really know what a Kong is, I know how to do a 180 arm jump and whatnot, you must be able to do it flawlessly. But if you're not a parkour pro, you may don't ever even do it. Like if you think about playing skate, I mean, I'm an ex-skater and I know how to do the very complex tricks, but like I can have a lot of fun playing skate, just not even olling. It's just going around with my skate in up and down the level. I'm just having fun. So it's very important to get that that dynamic working for. I call it the casual player, but I would just say working for a normal player, not so much.
I think it's actually most people. You know what I mean? I think a lot of people play games now to just zone out. I don't think it's like That's probably why STORROR is also so popular, because I think they capture the element of parkour that is just like, it's more about just exploration and being with friends, and which is like, ironically, the thing we also really need to capture. Just like, can you enjoy parkour just by moving around and exploring the world with people? And the rest is like, yeah, for sure, but like, that's just a cool thing, isn't it? Can you just go from A to B and explore? Looks sick. That look cool. Well, I like that. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'd really like to play this. Great.
Can imagine a little descent there. Drop onto that section.
Yeah.
Come up. Hey, well fun. It's weird because like the complexity just comes from the I don't even know the structure. It's not even there's actually nothing like prop wise. It's just structurally. It just looks so damn fun.
Yeah. Yes. And
Good.
yeah, I think that's such important.
Yeah, I think that's like the layer of detail that really has to be like perfect everywhere. It's just that like funness, like everything looks like it's enticing and you can see the potential like immediately and you just want to go explore and just like find new things to do in every space.
Yeah. I was muted, guys. I tried to talk a couple of times, but uh, but I think Sam's did such a great job. I didn't change anything about. I just added a couple of things, but this building was perfect. The other one, the first ones is two. The only one that is a bit different is the third one, and we all agreed that it was kind of stressful to play out in that building. So that's the only reason why it's been a little bit different. But other than that building and a couple of others I've seen, like it's gonna be like this because Sam's made such a great work. It's all perfect. That it's criminal to change anything out of the main structure. So the fun the game is already have right now, it's gonna be perpetuated. It's just gonna look cooler, but
Yeah, that is the thing. Right now, we need to switch from jumping between cubes to jumping between buildings, right? And
yeah,
yeah, it's the natural evolution of jump.
yeah, definitely.
To be fair, we've been in
Right,
this for quite a while. Do we?
Yeah.
Do you wanna? I don't wanna hold up people.
Yeah. So yeah, Francesco and Gans, do you wanna start create the collision mesh and sporting
Yeah,
in the game
definitely.
and
Absolutely.
We can
There's
do that
any
after
way we
school if
can
you
do
want.
it like automatically, right?
So we can go through it after school if you want.
No, nice. Super. And Florian and Mustafa, you are still in the call? Let me check. Yes, you guys are. So do you guys have what's your status and your progress and your problems with that first bit?
Yeah, mostly it's still looking the same as in the last art catch-up. I'm really pissed at Houdini.
Okay.
Or the Unreal Engine, I'm not sure. Something's messed up there with the import of texture areas. So yeah. Because I was like, for the Houdini digital asset of the dumpster, I've applied several different texture areas to the model, but when I'm importing it as an asset, it only has one single texture area.
Right.
I have no clue what's going on there.
And that is using the live edit thingy, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we can have a look at that together later.
I'm positive that I'm gonna figure it out. I think.
Yeah.
Time.
Okay. Mustafa, do you have any problem or concerns?
No, I just did some texturing on the proofs and the walls. I think it's done.
So, I was speaking with Sam. Well, not speaking, but like messaging him this morning, and so he said that he's ready. So he did all the sketch for the council estate, and he's ready to start the 3D modeling of the not the 3D model, the blockouts. So he's ready to put some cubes in 3D. So I don't know how long is it gonna take to do, because it's a pretty big area. So I guess it's gonna, it's gonna take maybe a couple of weeks or more. So what I would say is, now that you're just getting used to the to the tools and the workflow, what I would say is, let's have a Friday as the cutoff for that small Druze map. Okay. Well, we're gonna use it for sure, at least for. I guess, David, that could be a good map to show in the next teaser, right?
Perfect case for you. That
Yeah.
and any other little bits and bobs you got. I think some of the product work Francesco's doing as well on the skyscraper level.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, some of the more finished of the skyscraper level, some of and that Drew's little jump there, and so I think we have two options, right? So we can have this hard deadline. Let's say, okay, let's finish this Drew small level this Friday, and then we can while we are waiting for Sam to give you the block out of the council area, we can move you to help the guys on the skyscraper level while because I guess it's gonna take at least 2-3 weeks for Sam to do it, right? Or I don't know, or
you don't think you could start on the other section? You know, the other side that's a bit more like kind of corporate street. You know, the bit that's like.
Oh,
like
the super dense one almost looks like a residential block of flats, but corporate style.
Like corporate residential, isn't it? I think you must have to be sick on that.
Yeah. So if you guys agree, let's say Friday we have we try to finish that Drew's level as best as we can, and then rather than keep working on with that, because it could be quite a while until we really need it in the game, and while we're waiting for some, I think if we just start working with that level instancing idea, then I think you can take care of that other part, so we don't waste too much time waiting for some. So we go, all four of you guys, just fully oiled in the machine.
Sounds good, yeah?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's good to me.
Right.
So
What?
I think Guns and Francesco, they already have a plan of who's doing what building, right? So maybe you can just add some buildings for us.
Actually, we are working, like, I'm doing the external part of the building, and Gans is gonna work on the rooftop only.
Ah, yeah. Okay.
So
let me share my screen so quick.
Oh, finally. It was so cool.
Why'd my camera speakers there? There we go. But this section over here is what David was talking about, which we were going to leave that till last because we were expecting it to be quite complicated. So like all of this section over here, we were planning Francesco was going to do the building and I'll do the rooftop. And then we was going to cross this bridge when we got here. But it's almost like a residential area anyway.
Yeah.
So if you guys wanted to just tackle that between you, it would save us a lot of pain, but I guess